Kính thưa các anh chị, còn khoảng hơn 15 phút nữa mình mới bắt đầu cái event của mình cơ. Tuy nhiên là ở hội trường thì chỗ ngồi mình còn trống rất nhiều, đặc biệt ở phía trên này toàn những diễn giả hay mà đẹp trai nữa, cho nên là xin các anh các chị là ngồi dịch lên phía trên này để tí nữa nếu mà mình có tương tác ấy, thì bạn MC bạn cũng không phải vận dụng nhiều sức lực để chạy lên chạy xuống, bởi vì sáng các bạn đã chạy rất là dài rồi. Vâng, cảm ơn các anh chị. Kính thưa các anh các chị, hội thảo của mình vẫn chưa chính thức bắt đầu. Thế tuy nhiên là mình còn rất nhiều chỗ ở phía trên này. Thì kính mời các anh các chị mình ngồi dịch dịch lên phía trên này để lát nữa mình có tương tác ấy, thì nó sẽ tiện hơn.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start our event, so please be seated. Thank you.
Kính thưa tất cả các quý vị.
Good afternoon. We now start our agendas. I think our participants already arrived, so please be seated and then we can start our workshop. In the new springs of the years, I welcome participant, expert, and business attending our international workshop to share experiences on digital transformation in the digital industrial revolution for SME. I'm Van Ngọc An. Previously, I was a consultant on digital transformation, and today it is special for me today. I'm not providing consultation services, and I'm listening to expert to deliver the presentation on behalf of the organizer. I'd like to extend to all participants our warm greeting for your participation right here and virtually with us. I would like to say thanks for participants and representative of businesses spending your valuable time to attend this event. And I hope we will bring you a valuable input and wish workshop a great success with openness and interaction. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are aware, digital transformation and the 4.0 industrial revolution it is a global trend, and Vietnam, of course, is not out of that process. We are in front of so many opportunity and challenges. The government and different administrations and agencies are aware of how important it is for digital transformation. There has been a number of activities to promote digital transformation that could support businesses, especially SME, to be a part in the process. And of course, industrial revolution 4.0. As you are aware, in 2022, the Prime Minister took the decision on the 10th of October every year as a day for digital transformation of the country. That is a very important milestone. Our workshop today is one of the activities to concretize the industrial revolution and digitalization with better understanding on impact and industry 4.0 for businesses in the country and SME, of course, that we could facilitate you to overcome difficulty, that you could apply to a low-cost measure for faster development of your business. Attending our workshop today, I'd like to introduce to you, we have a distinguished guest. Forms the Agency for Enterprise Development, Ministry of Planning and Investment, Madam Trần Thị Hương, Deputy Directors of AED from MPIs. Madam Nguyễn Thị Lệ Quyên, in charge of the Office on Digital Transformation from AED of MPIs. And from the department, I'd like to introduce Madam Nguyễn Thị Phương Huyền, Deputy Directors of the DPIs from Quảng Trị Province. And from Vietnam's Digital Transformation Center of Vietnam, Mr. Dennis, the senior coordinators from DTC of GIZ Vietnam. I'd like to introduce Mr. Dret Hassan, directors of the DTC at Vietnam under GIZ. And from expert, I'd like to introduce Mr. Wolfgang Wiegel, the IGES international expert who will be joining with us virtually. I'd like to introduce Mr. Ngô Việt Hải, Deputy Director General of Advantech Vietnam Business. I'd like to introduce Mr. Trần Anh Quân, Head of the Digital Transformation Unit of the Asian Digital Development. And we also welcome these guests and who are from different departments and businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, our international workshop on digital transformation and for during that revolution for SME is organized by DTC's GIS and AED MPI. We organize online and offsite here, and we have participants from ministries, from DPIs, and from different military agency and business association, and of course of the press. And to start our agenda today, I'd like to invite Madam Trịnh Thị Hương, Deputy Directors of the Agency for Enterprise Development from Ministry of Planning and Investment to deliver the opening remark. Mr. Dennis and Kinet, coordinators for Sustainable Economic Development Clusters of GIZ. Madam Nguyễn Thị Thương Huyền, Deputy Directors of DPI of Quảng Trị Province, and ladies and gentlemen and businesses attending our workshop today, online and offsite here, and on behalf of the AED MPI, I'd like to extend a warm greeting and good health and best wishes to you all. And I'd like to say thank to GIZ and especially the Digital Transformation Center Vietnam under GIZ for close coordination with us in supporting SME development in Vietnam, and especially the support for digital transformation extended to SME. Ladies and gentlemen, the digital transformation has generating the business operation of businesses in the context of the digital transformation, especially in the context of the COVID pandemic. It is true that digital innovation and for the digital industrial revolution has been supporting our businesses to enhance the flexibility and the adaptabilities towards the ongoings and happenings in the world to take advantage in the context. So it is not a tool, but also the trend and also one of very important resources to support businesses to enhance its business development, efficiency, and competitiveness in the context of the international integration now. Ladies and gentlemen, through our observation and assessment, we newly launched the digital automation report in businesses on the 16th February recently, and we learned that the digital transformation has achieved a remarkable result, and awareness on digital transformation has been increased, and many of them have paid attention and applied digital technology and digital solution for their business development. We have seen a proportion of businesses has been successful in digital transformation. As for what the readiness of businesses at a relatively good level, 4-5 point level, so the readiness is now level 3 among 5 levels of the readiness. But I would say the digital transformation among businesses are still facing a number of difficulties, especially for SME. Ladies and gentlemen, following to our assessment, and you can refer to our digital transformation report, you may see that nearly 50% of the businesses, though they have applied digital technology or digital solution, but some are not continuing to apply what have been conducted. So that is our great concern. And 2.2% of businesses could own the technology and digital solution, and many of them are not aware of how and where to start the digital transformation and what roadmap they could continue. Therefore, recently, the government of Vietnam has worked out a number of solutions with policy to facilitate and to encourage businesses to be a part in the process of digital transformation. And in early 2020, Minister of MPI has a great attention to the digital transformation in businesses, and we work out a program to facilitate digital transformation for businesses from now to 2025. And we have mobilized international resources to support businesses. And over 2 years of implementation, the story on the business digital transformation could not be successful without the joint effort of the military agency and development partners. Apart from effort of businesses, we need great support from stakeholder in the ecosystem. The story of business digital transformation is not the business story. It depends, of course, at the macro level about the policy. For example, if business, apart from their proactivities to apply digital solution in their business development or in the production process. There are many other elements at macroeconomic management level, including digitalization, codification, digitalization in the production. So I think the story that we are discussing today as a representative from the Agency for Enterprise Development from MPIs. We have been assigned by the ministers, and we really appreciate the close cooperation from Digital Transformation Center Vietnam from GIZ for very important topics of the workshop today. And I hope the content of the workshop today is not only the opportunity for us to listen to experiences from international experts about what strategy or participation into the 4.0 industrial revolution, and we will be listening to domestic experts and especially participants from businesses to share their own good practices in several fields that we can learn and get lessons from each other. That could be very good input for your project of digital transformation. And I do hope the participants at the workshop here today. So please spend our valuable time here to have a fruitful interaction that we could come up with the success of the workshop. Once again, on behalf of the AED of MPI, I'd like to say thank to all of you, good health and great success to you and success to our workshop. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you, Madam Trịnh Thị Hương, Deputy Directors of the AED from MPI. To continue, I'd like to invite Mr. Dennis Krenitz, a Coordinator for Sustainable Economic Development Cluster from GIZ, to deliver some remark, please. The floor is for you.
Welcome to this joint workshop, Demystifying Industry 4.0, and part of the Vietnamese-German cooperation. This kind from the MPI Department for Enterprise Agency for Development and the German corporation GIZ. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for coming to discuss this important topic. First, I want to say thank you to Wong and welcome, the Deputy Director General of the Agency for Enterprise Development of MPI. Thank you for coming and for the joint work. We just saw that there's 2 decades already of cooperation between GIZ and the AAD in these different topics, and also welcome the representatives from private sector and other governmental agencies. The colleagues and the experts, we will have a look together from Vietnam perspective and German perspective, where we stand with the Industry 4.0 and why it must be demystified a little bit. I think already mentioned is that digital transformation, it's one of the priorities to attend to improve business environment in Vietnam. And this is also one of the way we are doing it in Germany. And after it, we will have an expert who will share us a lot of experiences regarding that point, and then get into the discussion how this can support. In Germany, we have a history regarding the digitalization and transformation process, which has opportunity and challenges at the same time, which are in some cases also similar to what Vietnam is addressing. So at the end, we are speaking about a topic in Industry 4.0, especially for SMEs, where the solutions must be developed jointly and will not be so easy to find them and to adapt them on a different way, but we are here to support that way for Vietnam. This is in part of our work as GIZ here in the country in economic development and part of our work in the digital and private sector development, where with the colleagues from digital transformation, we want to support Vietnam on that path to become digital transformation, also an opportunity to make business for SMEs. The opportunities we have identified, to resume it from German perspective, is that flexible production, customer-centered solution, develop solutions together with your customers, better logistics, the use of data for business models to develop them or to create new ones, resource efficiency and circular economy are some of the topics that in Industry 4.0 we are attending in Germany, and especially the last two but not only, are especially interest for SMEs in the manufacturing sector, because to manage your resources more efficiently, reduce the cost, to create models of circular economy can improve the business and at the end get SMEs in Vietnam in connection to multinational companies and their supply chains. The joint challenges are in technical standards, normalization issues, legal framework, technology introduction, data and cybersecurity, training, management, business environment, and also every time a big topic for SMEs. It's a question about how to finance this and where to get access for financing for getting digital transformation in the business. With the experience we have from the German corporation and to bring in from different sides, and this is the start for today, we want to support the way to an Industry 4.0, especially for SMEs here in Vietnam, but especially with the experience we have regarding the different sectors. And we also want to have a look what's really in about these buzzword Industry 4.0 and digital transformation, which are using in a lot of times, and what's really in for the development of SMEs in Vietnam. So I hope that in the event you will get a lot of information, but you are also invited to share your experiences and your perspectives, get into the discussions with the Vietnamese local and international experts we bring together with you. So at the end, you can get out of here and have a clearer idea how we can use this digital transformation process to improve the business environment in Vietnam for SMEs. Thank you very much for the people who have organized and support this, and wish you good luck and health for this workshop today. Thank you very much.
Xin cảm ơn ông Dennis Kenneth, điều phối trưởng Cụm Dự án Phát triển Kinh tế Bền vững, Tổ chức Hợp tác Phát triển Đức. Và để tiếp theo thì chúng tôi xin được trân trọng kính mời ông Tarek Hassan.
To continue, I'd like to invite Mr. Tarek Hassan, Directors of Head of Digital Transformation Center of Vietnam, GIZ, to have a speech. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As you are aware, digital transformation and industrial revolution 4.0 has introduced great interest and impacts for manufacturing industry and businesses in Vietnam. Impacts, of course, is there, and from GIZ, we are aware clearly of that process. So we expect to be a part with the journey of Vietnamese businesses that we could facilitate you to overcome this challenging journey within the cooperation framework of the DTC Digital Transformation Center Vietnam from GHS under the support of the Agency for Enterprise Development for Ministry Planning and Investment. We have developed the plan for the project that through the cooperation frameworks, we could facilitate the process of digital transformation of businesses, especially uh, digital transformation in line with sustainable development. To achieve that goal, our component with three important pillars toward business, including strengthening awareness, capacity, and capacity development for the ecosystem, organizing workshop that you are participating today is the demonstration and first ever event of 2023 organized by DTC Vietnam in coordination with AED MPI with the hope to enhance awareness of businesses. And through the workshop of today, we are supporting AED to develop the data mappings for industrial revolution. Hopefully, the map would be integrated of AED shortly. With that, the strengthening capacity for Vietnamese businesses as well as the focus that DTC Vietnam are expecting is three activities to be carried out in mid this year, including training on digital transformation and industrial revolution 4.0 and support for development of the roadmap on digital transformation for businesses and free of charge AI and 4.0 costs for the managing officer and technical officer of businesses. And finance one in this industry 4.0 component is to support the ecosystem that could support businesses to be a part in the digital transformation. DTC Vietnam is planning to organize two training courses through which we could equip knowledge and the skill for the digital transformation consultant in Vietnam. And DTC Vietnam will be supporting AED in developing the working group to facilitate digital transformation for sharing experiences, enhancing awareness and understanding, or having initiative for digital transformation. I believe that our effort will be fruitful and useful for businesses. And we hope to have a stronger engagement from the stakeholders in the era of digitalization. And we hope you will be joining with us in our journeys of interesting acts to come. Together, we will generate the brighter futures for Vietnam. If you have any inquiries or if you want to know more information about our program, please contact us directly to me after this international workshop in English, of course. And I wish you all a good health, a great success. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Hassan. Before delivering the speech, he told me that he's studied Vietnamese for 1 year and a half, and uh, he's an English teacher. Said that his speed in Vietnamese is about 7, but we learned that he did better than that. Ladies and gentlemen, digital transformation, of course, is the trend to facilitate the continuation in business development of enterprises. However, application of technology in that process is still very challenging, like digital um, infrastructure, awareness in application of new technology. To overcome the barrier and challenges, business need to take advantage of the technology and digital transformation by looking for a suitable solution with business model production, and you also need to provide time on training for capacity development, and you can collaborate with expert or get a reference from expert from developed country to carry out new solution to enhance the management capacity. And in your agenda today on the table, you can see before we jump into the main section, I'd like to go through the agenda for our possible interaction. In your hand, there are 4-page agenda. The first one, it is the event to be or the section to be organized. And in page 2, it is special with 4 QR code. And in presentation, we have the pool for the with question. We will show on the screen, and I hope you can use your cell phone to scan the QR code to answer the question when you are requested. And in the next page, we have some explanation on the terms used in this. And in the next page, it is a different QR code. We are aware that in this process, you have a number of questions. However, due to time constraint, to bring our question to our speaker, so please scan QR code and then you put your question in this, and our secretary will synthesize the question and send to our presenter. So those are some information I'd like to inform the participant. For those joining online with us, we have the link posted on a chat box, so you can send your question to our organizer. Thank you very much. And now we jump into the major section of the workshop. We have two presenters, one German and one Vietnamese. We will start with the German expert. I'd like to invite Mr. Wolfgang Wiegel. He's from GIS. He is international expert. He also members of the association on providing consultation for SME businesses in Germany. He has 15 years of experiences in manufacturing in technical industry for the multilateral corporation based in Europe, and he also experienced in the managing, and he had experiences and in-depth knowledge in garment textile manufacturing, spare part manufacturing, and full stack production, and some other sectors. And Mr. Viggo has over 30 years as a consultant for the technical support project within 47 countries in different continents, like in Caribbean, Latin America, Middle East, and Asia. Since February in 2023, he's the consultant for GIZ Vietnam, especially DTC Vietnam. At this workshop today, Mr. Wolfgang Wiegel will share with us digitalization and industry revolution 4.0 concept in the world, and digital transformation and strategic consideration with some selected sector example, and accelerating how to apply in Vietnam. Now I would like to hand over the floor to Mr. Wolfgang Wiegel. The floor is for you, sir.
Good morning. From Germany, I'm very pleased to be with you today, even though it's digital, and it would be, of course, a much greater pleasure on the stage. Well, there have been a few interesting keywords from the speakers. Demystifying, overview. You know, we are trying to make things easier. Well, I have talked to many companies around the world, and exactly that is a big problem. Companies are often lost in between many obviously useful concepts of industrial automation, of improving competitiveness, of cutting costs, of trying to business models and being more customer focused, and implementing digitalization strategies. I think we have to work hard to make it simpler. Simplification is an issue which everyone needs in the industries to start with. And then building on specific platforms and building on experiences into a more complex concept concerning Industry 4.0. Well, it was about 2011, if I'm not wrong. 3 founding members started discussing Industry 4.0 as a reaction of the financial crisis 2009. Again, crises often are trigger points, aren't they? Trigger points for improvements, for new strategies, for new developments in the sector, specific companies. And the only thing I wanted at that time is to improve competitiveness and become resilient. You know, a bit later we'll talk about resilience, competitiveness, and some very specific issues. And it became a goal idea when the CEO from Festo, a huge sensor company in Germany, component producing company, then traveled to 17 countries of strong industrial background, and he kind of started rolling the idea of Industry 4.0. So it's been 11 years ago. And in Messe in 2013, at the official kickoff with a white paper, first members started to create a first IT and Industry 4.0 platform for purposes. So it was a bit the history. And as we go through the present days, I'm showing you a lot of details, a lot of information from different aspects, different angles. I think we all agree it is very difficult to have an overall composition of the true fact of Industry 4.0 and digitalization in 2 presentations of 45 or 50 minutes. But we are trying to put elements together. And you in your specific cases, in your specific situations, will probably and hopefully be aware of certain facts which you kind of put together for your next steps, initiating or improving or optimizing, whatever it may be. Well, let's get started. Our time is an issue, and I would like to start with some homework for you. We just share already also we have integrated a few questions for us to understand where we stand, what are the visitors about, where do you come from, what is your background. May I ask you to scan the QR code and provide us with the answer? That would be appreciated. And if you have a minute or so to say something. So just waiting for the results.
Are on the screen after 1 minute.
Excuse me, Mr. Vigo, could you share your screen so that we can share, we can see the slides?
Okay.
Trong lúc chờ chuyên gia chia sẻ màn hình thì mong các quý vị
While you were waiting for Mr. Wolfgang to share the screen, so please complete your question answers.
Can you see the presentation now?
xin quý vị vui lòng chờ một chút và trong lúc này thì chúng ta
So please hold on a few seconds while you are answering the question. I'd like to say that before our workshop today, we have a dry run with the system. It runs well in our trials, so we know that he tried to figure out the technical error.
Well, if in case we have to solve a specific technical problem at this point, not to lose time, I would even propose to go ahead with the presentation and try to fix it in the next break or something. So to go for the next round of polls. Otherwise,
okay. Mr. Vigo, can we share your slide from our side? And if you want to go to the next slide, you just go say next, and we will control the slide from our side. Okay.
Okay.
Yes. So, sorry in Vietnamese. Xin phép các quý vị là thời gian để chúng ta.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the time is over for the correction. Due to our technical transformation, so we will run the slide in Vietnamese. So, okay, so the slide will be back in a few seconds.
On the screen. And if you can see, could you give us some comments?
Well, this is an interesting picture, and quite welcome to see a very even distribution among larger and smaller companies. However, the majority is from SMEs. We are all aware that the SME approach to digitalization and Industry 4.0 in comparison to larger companies, in this case more than 90 employees, could be 200, could be 300, may have different aspects. And maybe in the discussion we will kind of figure out differences in particular stages of development in this regard. So thanks very much. I think it was a very interesting picture. And again, we are from the universe, from the company universe, to say we represent everything basically. All right. If you get out of the presentation, I will kind of bring in my own version so I can administer directly from my computer. That will be helpful. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Well, first introduction is about an overview, a very simple explanation in which we have to link the two worlds, the industrial and the communication worlds. I call it, I simplify it a little bit. Industrial world, because in a way we still have to do most of the things I've always done. We have to sell, we have to produce, we have to supply, you know. We are taking the communication part and the ubiquitous internet and industrial Internet of Things to change the course, to make it more effective, efficient, competitive. So again, you certainly are aware of this. Just to repeat, physical world and cyber world, these are our two kind of fields of activity. I have a human resource right here at the beginning, because I believe it is crucial. It is in many places, also in my country, in Germany, one of the pressing issues. We have the machines, which we know from the old time of industries. It didn't change. We have to produce, we have to manufacture, we have to add value. We have components. Well, components in the traditional way, of course, but also now in a digitalized way. They have to be able to read and understand information technology and to provide information. We have all kind of objects on transportation, on IT systems, and whatever. We have sensors and actors, which are composed of the components and machines in some ways. We have the different isolated IDC solutions, very much in the past as well. For many, it's still the fact actually. We have a management feature, which I have to put this very much on front as well, because this is a crucial point for our success in the future transformation efforts.
Excuse me, Mr. Vigo. I guess because of the network problem, we cannot see your slide correctly. So can you let it control your slide from our side? It's easier for us to control. Otherwise, we cannot follow your slide at this moment.
Okay.
Is it okay?
Okay.
Okay, so
Okay.
so just 1 minute, please. Okay, so we already shown your slide on the screen, and currently we are in the slide number 3.
Okay, then go ahead.
So when you go next slide, please tell us so that we can control from outside, okay?
Yeah, just go ahead and just provide the different inputs.
Okay, thank you.
So let's go right through to the physical world. Now we have the monitoring and sensing, which translate into data. This is well skipping into our cyber world issue, and creating knowledge and actions based on the data. All these areas, you know, I mean, this is nothing new. Just putting it here to make it clear. From here, we go back to the actions. So the action takes place, of course, on our machine and operational side. And this, again, also indicates the complex issue on IT and OT technology, information technology and operation technology, which would need to be controlled and connected in the best possible way. And this is, for many companies, a complex issue. Next, please. Right. I call it paradigms. It could be true or wrong, but in discussing many concerns with companies, these issues are brought up sometimes. Well, is it like Mr. McAfee said in 2015? When economy grows, income grows, and all will profit. Well, he says it's no more valid. In a way, it's true. In a way, it's true. Things are changing. Productivity growth in companies is not anymore connected with more income and secure jobs. Well, decide whether it's true or not. I believe it's in some way a true statement. Trend in many companies to rather invest in technology than in HR. Well, this trend is actually prevailing, and I believe that investment in technology is one part, and investment in HR needs to be the other very strong part. The Industry 4.0 paradigm helps the management of VUCA, which is kind of combines the main elements of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity, all these areas which are on the desk of management on a day-to-day basis. And as already mentioned, external shocks, macroeconomic, sector-wise or whatever, pandemic is the war in Ukraine, I mean, 2009, the financial crisis. Do they reduce the readiness to initiate innovation, or do they increase? Well, there was a study in Germany, and the majority of company was not in favor of initiating innovation. It would be interesting to go more into details of that, of course, but I would just mention the fact that for many companies, investments are an issue when crisis hits, actually. But in other aspects, Industry 4.0 was created as part of a macro shock, to say, on the financial crisis in 2009. The next, please. Well, I'm showing you some examples as well, you know, which you can look at later stage, because you get the material. So the links are there, and you will be you are invited to go into these different aspects. There is a very interesting agile digital transformation roadmap from Interlix in the US 2023. This is the picture you can see here. And you can download the map in a large format, print it out if you like. It shows very nicely connected the different features. It shows the main focus areas of Industry 4.0 and digitalization, which is customer experience, enterprise IT, agile architecture, development operations in the company, DevOps, big data. And it also explains and shows the connections to some critical areas like the ever-changing and quicker changing preferences, the size of unflexible organizations, which is often in traditional companies, you know, changing and trying to change at all points at the same time, if you like. Or operating with obsolete applications, which of course expensive, up data somehow, so on and so forth. So go to that website and download your own copy. It's an interesting composition. The next, please. Well, in 3 simple words, from digital action, digital business transformation, and into a challenging kind of adaptation effort, which is, of course, a big stress test for the companies, how they are able to deliver value to customers, how they are able to change their organization, their culture, their revenue model, their business models. So we are starting out with a digital disruption, and we are going the way right through the transformation into changing and stress testing. The next, please. Well, this year is an interesting information as well for you. The World Economic Forum has a very interesting way of showing complex issues in their transformation maps. And on that link, you can enter the website with a specific kind of link and purpose. So you can see here, I just opened one to say future of economic progress, for example. And there is globalization, inclusive growth, and there is economic of the 4th industrial revolution as well. And if you click on the, and then you enter the system, you click on the economics of 4th industrial revolutions, a huge round of other options are opening actually. And the side of it, displaying the different options you have to connect with actually when you want to have responses to the specific question of Industry 4.0, for example. A very interesting way of grabbing ideas, where to enter, what is connected, what you have to look after. Just go to the web, to the World Economic Forum website, and it is a good experience. Transformation maps. Next, please. Well, a few definitions, simple. First of all, the term is not used consistently. This is definitely the case. And it's often interchangeable with other determinations. 4th industrial revolution, Industry 4.0, sales revolution, trade revolutions. I mean, there's a lot of issues and nice wordings going around. Don't get excited about this. Try to go back to the real terms. A common explanation, integration of information and communication technology in cross-sectoral manufacturing. So it's about basically manufacturing. It's about digitalization. digitalization in this case, and a high degree of cross-linkages with all these many billions worldwide of industrial Internet of Things, which have basically opened the world of Industry 4.0 together with machine learning and big data. Well, and then again here, the digital technology helps us as, call it, humans to work alongside machines in productive and flexible ways. So we don't see it as a competition, but as a helping hand to say, become more focused, more productive and flexible. Well, and then finally, it's about questioning business models. We come to that at a later stage. I don't want to go into the detail now. And I believe it's one of the major concerns which companies need to think about when replacing old systems into new digital systems. Thank you. Next one, please. Well, here we are in a quick review of the 6 building blocks of digital transformation without going into much details now, because we are kind of covering many of these concerns at a later stage. First of all, it's about strategy innovation. This is key, and this is how it starts with innovative kind of strategic thinking in the company, innovation management, change management, all these areas. Customer decision journey. It's about to understand how customers make decisions and where are we able to improve our connection with clients and customers and create new links. It's about process automation, reinventing processes, agile processes. It's about organization, agile, flexible, collaborative processes, and organizational change sometimes is key as well, as you know, because you have to tackle everything at the same time. Technology, of course, and big data I already mentioned, and analytics, which is of course connected to the big data as a unique profitable output. Next, please. Thank you very much for the first session, and I'll see you in a minute again with my main part actually. Should I try to go back to my own presentation? Try it again, because for the links and the movies and everything will of course be valuable, and try to get it done actually.
Mr. Vigo, please.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. I think it's solved, isn't it?
Yeah, already. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks. It was in 1920, Renault factory in Paris. The concern in these days was at a human level, at a workers level. They kind of expected to get lost in the mass of people in the factory. So the individual value of each one of the workers was at stake. It was the concern. Productivity wasn't, of course. It all started. Everyone worked with a small bunch of tools, and they kind of try to connect to their own specific little workplace. Now I will show you the other side of the story. One of the most modern factories in Germany related to Industry 4.0 is Mercedes-Benz. Let me try to
the world's most productive facility factory in Zindali, taking up challenges at the green cars with big vehicle vehicles and famous 7 factory class and human and cars. So by your crease. Production gates with physical vehicles. This is vehicle because high person cellular phone network and vehicles are integrated. Production line bundle drive systems and list range from continuous flow to suction mode to such as lines have reflective 8 to 8 use shopping intelligent systems fast live workers case of a number system machine is as a human to fact 50 automation economical equal. A new issue with new color allows for innovating marking model compatible private and wide employee use implemented uses on notice. Ready today. Press the employee training through each warnings. There's all benefitability of from breathing saving events into vehicles. Produce more custom the will be make land their VS to the industry point 60 design and supported by our vendors. 50 model our dual twin if twin. This is a safe sensibility. Dicting our future data that collect and adding big value technology where it lies the production data is the term function will infer what abilities options or they is what they predicted.
Excuse me, Mr. Vigo. Could you please do not use your airport and use external microphone instead of using airport? Because we think that the sound will be echo because of your airport.
Yeah, well, that's, I don't know how to sound.
Right now, we cannot hear your voice.
Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Mr. Vigo, are you mute your microphone?
No? Hello?
Ông đã mic của ông chưa? Chưa. Ông nói. Khi mà ông bật đoạn clip thì ông có thể tắt mic của ông đi. Để chúng tôi sẽ không bị lẫn.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you clearly now.
Được chưa?
Infrastructure factory 56. The production facility communicates with its surroundings and the vehicle. This is possible because Factory 56 uses a proprietary high-performance wireless and cellular network. Humans, machines, and vehicles are interconnected. Complex production steps are bundled in our tech line. The use of driverless transport. Where it is practical and economically useful. Work should be fun. A new work organization with smaller groups allows more time for leadership. Innovative working models simplify the compatibility of professional and private life. And why should employees be able to use an app and workstations on short notice? Already today, we reduce the training time of our employees through virtual trainings. Our customers also benefit from the flexibility of Factory 56. which we support our Factory 56 production process across the entire value chain, 360 degrees from design and development through suppliers to final assembly by our workers. Factory 56 already exists as a digital model, our digital twin of the production facility. This is how we digitally save.
Well,
Mr. Vivo, we just finished showing your video. So could you please continue your presentation after the video?
Can you switch off the video? And now it's kind of the sound in the background.
Please continue after the video. Please continue.
Okay. I have the video still in my earphones. I don't know what's happening here.
We already finished showing your video from our side, so you can continue the slide after the video.
Okay. Well, digitalization aspects of manufacturing companies in the globalized world. We have digital readiness and time-focused implementation of solutions, which is not anymore an added value. But people just say, well, we are adding some value. No, it's a requirement of competitiveness and growth instead of survival in the future. We all know that. The digital transformation means more than isolated digital processes, like, for example, CRM. It's an end-to-end business transformation. And we have a focus to people involved as well again. Well, often digital solutions are required in tier 2 to 3 companies, like in the textile companies, which are working for the large retailers. They ask for traceability issues, or even the food business, the food companies. They are asking for specific interfaces. They are connecting data and specific analysis across the supply chains, which is, of course, a given fact for the specific supply chain integration. The global selling of goods to international buyers increases digital solutions in supply production, footprinting, for example, CO2 footprinting and marketing. I will come in with an example a bit later on this specific issue. And as an option, consider incremental digital transformation toward integrating Industry 4.0 instead of trying to do everything at once. This was Charles Darwin and Herbert Spencer in 1864. They consider the survival of the fittest. It's not anymore the quickest and the smallest with the best flexibility. It can be a big company with a lot of flexibility as well nowadays. Now it's survival of the fittest. Right. By the way, I have in my ear, I have the music going on. I don't know what's happening with that, with the specific movie I was showing here.
Please wait, we will check it.
Yeah.
Please check your side. If you already stopped your video, please check your side.
I cannot see the video here anymore. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, sorry for that.
So are you showing that video? Please, if you are showing it, please stop it.
Yeah, now it's okay now.
Okay.
Right. What is agility? Agility is one of the keywords. We are talking about agile methods and processes, and call it Scrum. An interesting feature. It comes from the football scene in the US, where all the operators, all the sports people are kind of grouping in this big team, and they are trying to solve the problems on the spot, and they are regrouping again, trying the next problem on the spot in the game. And this is what they call it now in project management, for example. So it's about speed and flexibility in the implementation process. Speed and flexibility. Here, we come to a very interesting point. Porter, the very well-known economic scientist, already a long time ago talked about competitiveness models, and I believe it's still the same. And for our digitalization purpose, it continues to be the same. Maintain and increase competitiveness through having a cost leadership and a differentiation, call it, leading situation in our markets. And after all, it's the ability of a business to deliver better value to customers than competitors. This is the main overarching feature to my understanding. We tackle globalization and volatile markets better with our digitalization efforts concerning agility. We follow changing and evolving technologies, which is happening in an ever faster speed, of course. We respond to shorter product life cycles. I mean, if I talk about textile, for example, well, on one hand, also slow textiles, as they call it in Europe, where it's not the point anymore to change collections every 6 weeks, for example. We are rather going into a little bit different situation in the future, hopefully, to be more specific on customer demand, to be able to produce smaller amount of quantities, smaller lots, which are more focused to the demand of the client. Imagine the big retailers are throwing away the huge amount of textiles after 6 weeks which haven't been sold. You know, this was by the way, an IBM global CEO study revealing these issues related to digitalization and agility. And agile methods are a response to complexity. So I think the original thinking about Industry 4.0, which was resilience, competitiveness, and agility, are pretty much in the center of our thinking, actually. Right. Let's try another poll. Let's try how it works out. And we have a question to you. Did the COVID pandemic trigger implementation of digital solutions in your company? So was the external catastrophic event, to call it like this, a positive trigger, or was it rather neutral or negative?
Các quý vị đang nhìn thấy mã QR trên màn hình, thì một lần nữa mong các quý vị dùng điện thoại quét mã.
So please, participant, you can see the QR code on the screen. So please take your smartphone to answer the question of the poll. You have 1 minute to finish this, and then we will send the sign. The result is showed on the screen. Thank you.
Tổ thư ký của chúng tôi sẽ bắt đầu tổng hợp kết quả từ lúc 1.
So we have 1 minute for you to finish this question. So time is up for your answers. So now is the answer result.
Mr. Vigo, please in the on the screen. Mr. Vigo,
Yeah.
could you see the answer on the screen? And could you give us
Yes.
some comments?
Yes. Well, interesting to see that we have almost 60% which responded to a large extent, which is in a way similar to what we have seen in our countries over here, especially the ones which already kind of operated on a large digitalization high level, to say, and Industry 4.0. They were able to continue operating and producing, even though there was an operating problem in many ways. You know, a lot of people did not come to work and so on and so forth. So that's interesting. Also interesting that the question on competitiveness concerns, you know, and well, I think it shows a very positive picture for Vietnamese companies that almost none didn't think about it. So it was an issue, and I think it kind of brought us all forward in a way. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Right, let's continue. This time without too many technical problems. Sorry for that.
Yeah, no problem. Please continue.
Well, there's another example here for you, which you could relate to regarding resilience in Industry 4.0. I mean, there's a lot of studies and interesting documents available. One of the good ones was the from the platform Industry 4.0, which is a leading German platform on Industry 4.0 standards and kind of developments. You know, this is a paper from our Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action, BMWK in Germany, and it shows the different aspects of resilience, you know, and there was also an interesting statement from the platform Industry 4.0 about a holistic approach to the design of the digital ecosystems. You know, many companies, of course, when you start the process, your holistic view is not as good as you probably would like to have, but there's always a way, even when starting with small solutions, to look at the consequence of doing something. Basically, starting a specific process on digitalization will automatically trigger other areas in the company which need to be seen. You know, we talked about a resilience strategy. I mean, they are developing that actually in this white paper as well. So if you like, let's see if it works out. Here we are. Just download the document, and you get quite a number of interesting concerns about examples of robust and flexible supply chains, role of people and production systems, all related to Industry 4.0 digitalization. A lot has to do with supply, in this case, supply chain development and resilience. I mean, we all had the experience in the last 2 to 3 years due to the different negative events in Europe and worldwide. on supply chain problems, which are still one of the main concerns in the German industry in many sectors. Right. So just download a copy and have a look yourself. An interesting information document as well about resilience. Well, let me show you 8 levers of digital transformation in your company. We have always the business driver levers first. I call it growth levers because business leads to growth, hopefully. We are doing our business as we did before. We are having our specific production products, our customer system, our supply system, and so on and so forth. Our strength, basically. It's about competitiveness again. It's about process optimization, experience. This is a new term. Customer experience wasn't used in the old days. And customer issues are becoming a key concern of our digitalization processes. On the other hand, with growth drivers, we have the operational improvement, which is basically related in a way. I call it business enabler levers. We are aiming for process efficiency, asset utilization, which is important to consider. One of the main cost items in many industries are, without the digitalization in progress, are related to asset utilization or wrong asset utilization. Take, for example, a textile company, a finishing plant with a huge continuous production line, 20 meters or longer, where you have to run at least 1,000 or 2,000 kilos of production in order to make it at least a little bit viable. And when you change the production, you have to stop the machine for half a day almost to clean, to finish, to reprogram it, to put new material and so on. So asset utilization, agility we already talked about, and new business models. We will come to that in a moment. I think it's a key area to tackle when you think about your transformation process. Right. Just a quick wrap up on this one. Growth drivers. Make a constraint analysis in your company. I mean, find out what are the main growth drivers in your field, in your specific operation, and try to prioritize. And then analyze requirements which you probably need to fulfill to kind of put the constraint into an opportunity to say, something like that. And then kind of bring in the operational improvement options, as I already mentioned on the base here, on these 4 operational improvement elements. When I show you a business model canvas, one option to kind of approach a business model on a simple way. Another area which I want to cover here quickly, without being able to go into details of all these digital CRM providers. I mean, this is a collection of at least in our part of the world, some of the main CRM digital solutions at different level. SAP, of course, one of the largest companies on ERP systems in Germany has one of these CRM systems as well. They are more connected to their own organizational model, of course. The Microsoft one, C365 model is quite interesting. The Salesforce is a company in Germany. I like this a lot. I show you in a moment, show an example on this one. So just be aware that CRM customer support softwares, to say, are widely distributed in the world, and you can certainly find some specifically in maybe even own developments in Vietnam on these CRM software packets, actually. Well, anything is about client customer relationship management, and I want to show you this on the structure you already know. Your marketing process, the digitalization of a marketing process is an issue. You're probably looking into integrated digital solution, market analysis, operational marketing, sales, and customer resources management, and so on. It could be a good start with, to simplify your digital process and to gain a first experience for those companies who haven't been already at a higher level. Well, at the first part, we have all these customer kind of and market analysis tasks. We understand, analyze, plan, decide. You know all these concerns on how to get a market analysis done and how to analyze market analysis data. Get the big picture. So all this is market analysis, and you probably would like to have this already into a digital process, which helps to get easier and better and focused data access and a basis for decision making. Well, then you go in the whole implementation phase, and marketing plans, marketing communication, sales development are classic issues on your CRM system, basically. This all has to do with customer relationship management now on your marketing communications, for example. And then you have the sales development, which is also controlling sales processes, sales efforts. What are they doing? What is the forecasting, quotations? What is the sales process as such? Is it properly functioning, and so on? Sales controlling, and so on. And then you have the measuring part, which is classic for our digitalization process, of course. We have a lot of information available. We can measure, we can monitor, we can measure our profitability, our market share. You will probably have a very useful ABC client analysis, where you can determine what are your key clients, which one you have to kind of develop better or more, what kind of specific tasks you have in order to get this client on your side. You better understand how many clients are providing 80% of your business. You better understand whether you want to have a larger client platform or whether you want to concentrate on more key clients without running, of course, the danger of losing too much business if one of the clients fails. So all these complex analysis are much easier with a CRM system and give you a better baseline on your decision making. And then it's the optimization process, where you start reviewing your marketing strategy, where you start considering even investments, triggering information from the marketing side, from the salespeople to the business development and production level. And this again concentrates and focuses to the customer first strategy, and to a probably reviewed business model. Typical CRM components are, of course, they differ a little bit, whether you are business to business or business to consumer, or your company size. Not so much in terms of sectors, because this is a bit sector a bit separate from sector issues. But what is basically the key here? We are reaching clients, we are finding clients. That helps a lot, when you use the CRM software. You are more focused on acquisition of strategic customers. This is important for your business development as well, because they can be large clients, which also trickle down knowledge and technical knowledge and maybe training and maybe even digitalization solutions. Strategic clients mean for you as well a stronger effort to stay close in digital solutions for example, in the supply chain business and the CO2 footprint and many other areas which come up at this point. And then the other issue is the conversion to active customers. I mean, you have probably in your company hundreds of names and customers which have been in business sometimes, but you want to convert them into active customers. You want to have a proactive customer retention. It's the most expensive exercise to lose customers, and you will probably never get them back in your portfolio. And keeping loyalty. Now, all this has to do with data, with communication and analysis, and our digital CRM system helps us to maintain kind of a high standard on this one. So it's the CRM process will help your marketing, your sales, and after-sales service, and it will visualize your data. It will help you optimize your customer contacts and so on, and at the end increase your customer satisfaction. So that's a simple approach to say. To finish with this one, on a CRM results example, it was from Salesforce. As I mentioned, it's a larger company in Germany providing the CRM platform. They did a random survey of more than 3,000 customers across not only Germany, but in the world. And that's what they found out. Positive results, for example, customer retention up 27%, customer satisfaction up 30%. Of course, they had to test the satisfaction. They had to find out with customer reviews. That's all part of the CRM system as well. Case solution, online revenue for those being on e-commerce business, and so on. So it's kind of interesting to see the and this is interesting as well. More than 25% IT costs reduced because of channeling information in the right way. Well, another quick question to you. Have you implemented CRM or digital supply chain management tools? Have you implemented CRM or digital supply chain management tools in your company already?
Quý vị một lần nữa lại nhìn thấy trên màn hình mã QR.
Okay, so you can see on the screen. So scan QR code, and then you have 1 minute to answer this. So it is 3:10. So we have 1 minute for you to do this.
Như vậy là chúng ta đã hết thời gian 1 phút.
So 1 minute is over. So our secretary will show the result in this question.
Answer on the screen.
Thank you very much. Interesting feedback. 28.9% have none, actually. I don't want to talk to those 46.7%. I assume if you would have a discussion on the result of your CRM system in your company, it would be most likely positive. 28% have not been dealing with it. Consider the positive results of doing so. And congratulations on the 17.8% having both. Right, this may be also partly the larger companies, I assume, specifically on the supply chain digitalization. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, go back here. Right. Three areas: normative, strategic, operational. When we start leveraging digitalization in manufacturing companies. Well, we have the safeguarding of supply chains, which are the business trends now. You know, these are overall trends also from other countries, and you may, of course, be in line with me in this case. Crisis resilience, we talked about this already. Again, with the issue on competitiveness. HR development toward digitalization and new professional profiles. The issue on optimized workplaces, and of course the HR upgrading and TVET systems. I come to that in a moment again. And the other one, the consumer and business to business customer trends. Well, we have to be able in future to quickly adopt to individualization of customer need and customer demand. We have to look for the food mega trends, which I show you in a moment. We have to consider the slow textile trend. All this is part of our efforts in the future, which is supported by our digitalization process. Now we have the mega trend digitalization in Industry 4.0, and we have TVET. I put this as an important issue here because it is going to be key for you and for us in Germany to turn around a new generation of call it flexible experts and specialists and flexible generalists as well, which are pretty much aware of digitalization issues. The mega trend on digitalization, well, this is nothing new to you, and I won't go into details at this point because we are more into the digitalization concerns now, but we are aware of the Internet of Things. We are aware of the artificial intelligence issue in machine learning, simulating what people think in the real world, basically. On the augmented reality, also having, for example, a virtual reality, which includes product development with 3D virtual models. Quite interesting what we saw in a recent trade fair in Germany. I show you at the end of my presentation. Time allows a few slides on that. Big data and real-time analytics, and of course the whole issue on robotic process automation, which increases workflow and improves workflow and guarantees fewer errors. And the cloud-based technology, which is basically overarching everything here in a way. And then, yeah, cybersecurity, which I'm sure is one of the main concern in your countries as well. We will tackle this in a moment as well with some basic ideas. Well, on the digital transformation and Industry 4.0 connected with HR upgrading, we believe that important aspects are those here. TVET teachers, digital competence model. I mean, teachers need to be developed, TVET teachers. They have to understand a lot of issues which are connected. On one hand, the technical issues, a little bit technology as well in terms of production technology, but many technical issues as well, specifically on the digital world. Soft skills, because digital cooperation in HR on the shop floor will require a lot of different soft skills in the new world. Teams have to form, teams have to reorganize themselves. It's all about teamwork. They have to understand industrial concerns. They have to understand management issues, strategic concerns. They have to probably understand a little bit about sector specifics as well. And of course, the occupational needs. So I believe a TVET teacher has a lot of interesting, has a blend of interesting different knowledge skills available before he will be ready to go out to the field, to say, and start teaching. We need more practical engineering and applications, and probably less theoretical academics if we develop a new breed of digital HR, digital persons, and engineers and technicians, and other levels of company employees. More practical engineering and applications. We need to develop our partnership with industries. In Germany, we have a very strong kind of organized way on cooperation between industry and education institution, vocational education systems. We can talk about company training programs on the spot in the company. The whole issue of dual education, which I'm sure GIZ is also covering in a way. It was even more impactful in the past, but it's still very much used in Switzerland, Germany, Austria, and so on. Thinking about demanded skills, the industry has to determine what is needed, basically. They have to say what is a big problem and what has to be solved, and how do we solve the problem by providing knowledge and experience to people. We have to redesign the vocational education curricula. And I'm sure, I mean, the Vietnam system is already right into this. And we have to redesign, certainly in some way, the vocational education system when we deal with a completely new field of knowledge. Public vocational training, private training schools or initiatives. In Germany, we have a lot of training elements coming from the institutions, from the chambers, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of programs online available, and this is very positive and helpful. Well, and then we have the digitalization Industry 4.0 topics. We have models, we have systems, we have technologies and applications. So this is basically the fourfold picture of what we need to teach. In all these four kind of segments, we have business management issues, IT issues, production logistics issues, safety and security and engineering issues. So this is basically the very overarching composition of curricular content. Our time will not allow me to go into details here, but I leave you this as an interesting option to look into. Maybe I go only for one only, so you can see what it is. The SAP website, if you want to go into that later, ERP systems connected to CRM and other digital solutions, a very interesting information website on enterprise application software. The ITMA 2023, the largest international textile machine exhibition, has quite a number of interesting clips on digitalization and automation issues in the textile industry. So they look at it from a overarching level, covering different spinning, weaving, finishing, knitting, all kind of stuff, you know. Then we have RoboVision of digital quality systems, also interesting to look into and RoboVision. Here's an example on yarn production from a engineering company, which see. Yeah, seems to be a problem here again. So
Excuse me, Mr. Vigo, because we don't have so much.
Yeah.
Please speed up.
Yeah, okay. Right. Quickly, engineering of production processes is focused to Industry 4.0. Be aware when you go into that field, what you need to consider. Partnerships with a huge number of integrators in your value creating network. You have suppliers, you have coordinator, builders for machine and equipment infrastructure, the regulator part, external consultants, service providers for model factory or digital twin programmers, software providers. You have the OEMs providing you machinery basically, and you are the implementing industrial company. And then there is the engineering input provider. Now, you need to have someone in your company who can play the role of integrating all these inputs. And this will be crucial. This position is crucial. He or she has a good overview on what is specifically needed. A few examples on textile. Textile garment sector in the EU. Well, at the end, it was a very positive example of economic resilience on our history of the textile industry, which was, of course, much, much stronger 15 years ago and 20 years ago. In this, over the change in the last 15, 20 years, Germany now takes a lead in technical textiles technology and production, which is highly automized and highly digitalized. We are not much into kind of production of clothing and products and simple yarns, cotton or polyester or whatever. It's all about technology nowadays. And for the EU textile sector, it is an issue on quickly adopting Industry 4.0. It's one of the main concerns to become more productive, economically viable. We have 170,000 companies in Europe, 1.7 million employed, and it's about 6% share of total manufacturing. On Eurotex EU can give you a very interesting overview on how it looks like in detail. Hot topics are green and digital transition, right on the top. Smart local production, which has to do with the digital. High performance in advanced materials. So this is technical textile issues, not just simple cotton yarns. We are more into the smart textile value chain. This comes from the consumers actually having all kinds of smart applications on the textiles they wear. And well, and then the 3D design and nanotechnology is a big trend in the textile world and in the garment world, of course. There was a share of textile company websites referencing advanced technologies, and it's interesting that the majority deals with the issue on advanced materials. Only few, very few actually, are dealing with the introduction of big data, AR, VR, Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence on the textile part. So we are very much into research and development in a traditional way. Textile industry, I will leave you this for you when you look at the material again, when you have it in front of you. It shows all these interesting areas we are dealing with in digitalization in the textile industry. You know, automated production system, virtual 3D, which is print and cut simulation for the clothing industry. Even smart living is an issue on textile lighting systems. Novelty. Speed factory, e-textiles, body functions, functional clothing, and so on. And store factories. So the factory, I mean, you go in, you get your 3D scan, and the factory right away, small scale, of course, does your textile, and you can take away your piece of cloth, basically. And very much new business models, healthcare, sensor technologies, and so on. Digitalization trends are better value, adding cross linkages in manufacturing, cross linkages between the different textile manufacturing stages, which always has been a big problem in our industry, the textile industry in general, from the past. Creating interdisciplinary competence networks with research partners in key industries, specifically research partners. We have a strong research in Germany on textile technology still, which also supports the industry to adopt specific digital solutions related to the findings of the research partners. And a combination of sector competitiveness and digitalization efforts in the textile industry are basically these four areas: sustainable production, client focus, digitalization and greening, and bionics. These are the huge issues. I'm going to not go into details here. You can also go to Lenze and Picanol, an interesting movies over there for their information on digitalization in weaving machines in cooperation with Lenze, which is a leading company on digital solutions and visualization. And there is another one of Rieter Digital Spinning Suite. This is their digitalization system. Rieter Spinning is one of the leading companies in the world, in Switzerland, as you all know. Some of you may have Rieter machines as well. Automation issues related to spinning. The apparel industry as such is larger. If you take it on a global view, won't go into details here. We are, of course, having some issues which we are trying to resolve, which is in the preparation of the garment manufacturing. We are probably not taking out too many people from the shop floor in the next medium term, but there is a concern, of course, on HR development and on employment.
Mr. Vigo, could you please speed up because we don't have so much time remaining.
Okay. Food production. Here are a number of food production technology trends. I can just leave it to you as well to look at this. We have Insight's discovery platform here, which is quite interesting, which shows a lot of trends in the food processing and digitalization. You can go to this websites, which give you interesting insights. Key issues are food technology innovation, democratic changes, global food systems, health and wellness, sustainable consumption, consumers, and resource sustainability. Also here on the World Economic Forum, an interesting link on strategic intelligence, agriculture, food, and beverage. You can link to. This is an example. Not going into detail because it's a complex one, but you can look at this as well on connecting global value chain operators for traceability. The complexity of traceability from field to client to customer. Here you have interesting links as well. You can source actually when you want to know more about the specific issue. It's about traceability, one of the main focused issues right now. Right, and then here we have from the company Nutik also some interesting sources for you about digitalization as the future of the food industry when it comes to HACCP, digital solution, and ISO 9001. You know, all this helps to improve, to speeden up your certification efforts. Also, example from BSI in the UK about remote audits, and besides 9001, also the 20,000. Go to the website; it's quite interesting. And they also show on some digital solution on production how it will help to do some quick troubleshooting, pest control, protective maintenance, and the greening issues. We won't go into details of the CO2 carbon footprint, but only 2 slides I want to show you at the end of the presentation. We have an increasing trend in German large food retailers on requirement of implementing CO2 footprint information from just across the value of the supply chain. So they want to have it on the packages actually imprinted. This requires a digital solution on your side. You know, so you can see here they have specific SDGs in mind as well, and CO2 issues are a big issue across their environmental and climate reference model. And this is in line with the standards of EU-based food companies. And at the end, they have these information printed on their specific packages, including the countries of origins for each ingredient. Okay, so sorry again for the little bit confusion in the beginning, but I think we found our pace now. Thank you very much, and let's have a few minutes on feedback and discussion.
Thank you for your presentations. Xin cảm ơn chuyên gia Vigo về bài.
Thank you for your detailed presentation. As we know, he showed us the definition clearly about digital transformation and 4.0 industrial revolution and different elements of digitalization, as well as the trends and application with example in some industries. Now we move to Q&A. So following to the agenda, we have time for interaction. due to technical problems, we have short time for this. So having questions sending to chat box, I have selected one critical question for you. So when applying digital solution for production for SME in Vietnam, who cannot do full digitalization. So for each state, each period, there are different solutions, different software to be provided by hundreds of suppliers with different technology. What advice can you share with us if we apply the same solution from the same supplier or solution from different suppliers with different solution? So what advice can you share with the SME in Vietnam? Thank you.
Right. I mean, this is an interesting question, which is right in the center of the problem for many people who have equipment, older equipment, newer equipment, a mix of different generations of machineries, for example, from different suppliers. It refers to horizontal integration of different systems across the value chain, to say, you know. It also refers to the vertical integration in terms of hierarchical levels in your own company to connect the different systems. Well, I believe it's important that you discuss with your OEMs and with your service providers and digital solution providers whether they belong to a large group of unified platforms, for example, like the OPC UA users, Unified Architecture, which is one of the largest platforms for independence hardware, interoperability, machine-to-machine issues, machine-to-enterprise issues, and so on. The OPC has, if I remember well, about 850 members and many thousands of OPC compliant products. So if you work across the OPC platform, you are pretty much on the safe side, and you will probably have the best suppliers around as well. That was one solution.
Xin cảm ơn chuyên gia Vigo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weaver, for very specific feedbacks to address a very popular problem when we apply digital technology transformation. We seem not to focus in the whole stage. We apply different solution for different stage or different solution. So please study different platform and the most suitable suppliers for the services to be provided. Thank you very much for your presentation and your feedback. Going to the agenda, we have 10 minutes for tea break. Before we have break, we have a special section. We spend valuable time to have photo section together, okay? So you are all invited to move up to the stage for our joint photo section. Thank you. Before we have 10-minute break. The photo section now. Thank you.
Mời các quý vị chúng ta di chuyển lên sân khấu để chúng ta chụp chung với nhau một bức ảnh.
So please proceed to the stage for our photo section. Thank you. So please proceed to the stage for photo before we have a 10-minute break. Thank you.
Xin quý vị mạnh dạn di chuyển lên sân khấu làm người mẫu một lần ạ. Cảm ơn các quý vị đại biểu, cảm ơn các quý doanh nghiệp. Chúng ta sẽ có thời gian nghỉ là 10 phút và xin các quý vị đại biểu quay lại vào lúc 3 giờ 53 phút ạ. Kính thưa các quý vị, mình đã đến giờ để tiếp tục hội thảo. Xin quý vị ở ngoài nhanh chóng vào ổn định chỗ ngồi trong hội trường để chúng ta có thể tiếp tục. Xin mời các quý vị bên ngoài làm ơn nhanh chóng vào hội trường, ổn định chỗ ngồi để chúng ta tiếp tục hội thảo. Kính mời các quý vị bên ngoài chúng ta nhanh chóng vào hội trường để mình có thể tiếp tục được ạ. Kính thưa các quý vị, cảm ơn các quý vị vẫn còn nán lại một cách hô hấp.
Ladies and gentlemen, so welcome back after the breaks. So we hope to have more interaction after this workshop. We will have further opportunity to interact with each other. As we are aware, for Vietnamese businesses in manufacturing, agriculture, and production, they have competitiveness among themselves, and the market is changing, and the customer are requiring higher quality and better services. The digital transformation requires a further integration into business and production if they want, or businesses want to be further developed in the market. And the government is now encouraging and facilitating digital technology to be applied in businesses, which result in the business and production, through which it can strengthen the competitiveness and improve quality, improve management, and generating new opportunity for more sustainable production. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Ngô Việt Hải, Deputy Director General of Advantech Vietnam Technology, to share with us about the WiseEye factory. Please, the floor is for you. Good afternoon. I'm Ngô Việt Hải. I am from Advantech Vietnam company. It's my great honor for me to attend this workshop. I have a presentation to share with you about what my company's Advantech approach to digital transformation. For about 20 minutes, I'd like to share with you some more information about something of similarity, or some could be input for your journeys on digital transformation. As you know, in post-pandemic periods, the government and businesses are promoting application of digital technologies and smart solution in production, and to strengthen the adaptability and the unprecedented changes in economics and market expansion. Following to what I'd like to share with you now, I am not focusing on sharing experiences. I just want to touch upon some story of project we carry out with our partners. And firstly, I'd like to spend a few minutes to introduce to you. Advantech was established in 1983 in Taiwan. Now we have a vision to generate a smart and intelligent planet with a comprehensive approach to our partners in the globe. And we focus in the digital technology or smart city solution, or what related to the cloud computing. For Advantech, we have been in 30 countries in the world and different channel of distribution. In 2021, we reached 2.1 billion US dollars, and it is expected to increase more than that in this year. For some results, we rank number 17th among top 50 global automation brands, and we rank number 9 among 100 industrial IoT companies. As you are aware, the engineers or those who are working in digital transformation, they may know Advantech is the industrial computer provision, and we have 34% of the globe, and others may rank in the rest. So you can see our journeys over the last 40 years. And as I said, this is the 40th anniversary of Advantech, and we enter into Vietnam. It's about 20 years now. I myself has an honor to be with Advantech Vietnam for 18 years. And I got opportunity to collaborate with different partners domestically here, and of course different markets for expansion. I got an opportunity to support our partners with some achievement for application of smart solution in IoT. You may see the Petrolimex gas station deployed over 3,000 stations, and some advanced projects. It is VinBus in design and operation of the intelligent EV bus by Advantage. And hopefully you have opportunity to try this EV bus. And also we have project on the smart hospital with comprehensive approach to Hồng Ngọc Hospital or Thái Hòa Phúc Trường Minh Hospital. And for the topic today, we talk more about digital transformation in manufacturing industry. We have some case studies in factories, which was quite earlier in our process of engagement. So those are the story to tell you for the way our partner started their digital transformation. Firstly, I'd like to talk about a project on digitalization in management for Petrolimex Group. In 2012, at that time, Petrolimex started to consider the deployment of dispatch and ERP software. Our partner at that time, it is just like automation department in Petrolimex. We work with them to do some project on automation of the warehouse and gas station. When ERP project was implemented, we deliver some proposal by gathering data that could be used for ERP platform, and they can see straight to the point and real-time information. We could help them to improve the operation of the gas station. In the past, it of course widespread throughout the country. They got difficulties in operation, in supplying or gas delivery to those stations. It was so difficult, and of course, efficiency assessment where's good, where not good, in performance, etc. So we work with them in that project. So that project started in 2012, and Petrolimex did not think about, oh, that was digital transformation. At that time, they just thought about like automation in the gas station only. And then we did that by using our air computing. At that time, we call IoT Gateway. We introduced that, I think, a project quite earlier. And second one, it is 3,100 gas stations already apply, and now they are following to the third version with connecting to the process of digital transformation. And 150% it is the efficiency improvement, and Petrolimex they posted on their website. We're getting the operation efficiency increase, or the data transaction, it takes only 10 seconds for the data transformation, or one clicks they can have decision on the price applied in the whole system. And they use electronics payment for the customer. So that is the first time we did with them. They started from like a very simple question of automation. And then when they collected all data loaded on ERP and data analysis, we help them to have a decision in the digital transformation or how to have proper improvement for the customer experiencing. Second project is about factory. You may see that is about metal process industry. So it is the collaboration between Vietnam and Korean company. So when we introduce the new equipment and production line from foreign country, it could be a little bit old. So fortunately, we share our solution on how to apply IoT. We talk about IoT, how to visualize the status of the machine and equipment. And when we started with them, they got pain points. Firstly, it is the report all physically and manually. It's very long, and no one can be sure that the data could be qualified. And second, they could not measure the status of the machine and equipment to make sure that about the productivity they can have. And they have quite a relatively outdated production line. So sometimes it was broken down during operation. So we advise them with some solution. For example, efficiency of the machine operation or warehouse management solution or energy management, how to have more efficiency increase. And then we have the centralized field data and take intermediate action according to the real-time data analysis. So we have some advancement, for example, improvement on productivity or management of the whole digitalization process or report, etc. Or they could understand that they need to equip a robot system to improve the productivity from 36% increase. The time we did with them, they produce 6,000 tons of that products or mental industry. So now it's some information. And more important is at the central management point, they could see the entire pictures on the operation point and data. And now they are discussing with us for scale up the system with more function to be included because our customer they have the complex production, but not only a single factory. And the third one we introduce, it is we call Ngọc Khang's iFactories. It is the metal cable used for automobile industry. They collaborated with Japanese company. So they have different starting point. They invested very advanced and modern technology with automotive white is, I think, good start to apply digital transformation. And they have ERP software. Somewhere when we work with them, they newly apply mesh system to see the data connected from the managing production to ERP. So when we went there, we saw the data. They built two houses to store the data, and then they shared challenges, and they could not look at what happenings and going on at the factory level and about the productivity, whether they could have a possible focus or focus on the more order to be received or not. And when they work with Japanese company, they have to report the data on productivity and about quality management. So we collaborated with them and we propose for map system connecting with the workstation, that skill, and then they can get more data as much as possible that could be used for data analysis in ERP system. So that is a newly carried out project and handover in December last year. through the 3 case study, and I hope that our customer, they have a different starting points, and their proposal in digital automation, of course, are different. The first story is they think how to strengthen and collect data using for analysis, and now they are ready to scale up the system. Our partner went from Petrolimex, they spin off a company, and then they are applying solution on cloud computing for the gas station outside Petrolimex system. They have never thought such online solution. Now, their solution has been demonstrated and proved with function to be available for the gas provision, and they are ready for business online. And another customer, a fundamental industry, they need to be advised for a certain platform that a different segment and different model of function could be introduced that allow them to scale up their business, and the system helpful for the in-depth analysis or business insight that could be helpful for their strategy in the future. And the first one, you may see, what the customer talk about their projects and how satisfaction they have in this process. So through the 3 case study, I would like to share with you some information in our approach of advantage or digital transformation in factory, and second, experiences and good practices through lessons learned from customers. First, as you know, before 2020, the leaders of businesses, they used to be wondering whether digital transformation could be done or whether it could help. For sure, after COVID pandemic or impacts of the disruption in the supply chain, businesses totally changed their mindset. 85% of the leader in businesses consider digital transformation in the businesses consider very important, and it is very important key initiative they need to deliver. And of course, the story that is not easy at all for themselves. Many questions remain: where to start and how to do it, and to whom they will start with. With experience it from CIO in the globe, they will consider, firstly, instead of just digitalization, they need to consider the story of digitalization or digital transformation. Digital transformation, if they have that, the CIO will consider, they look for a certain platform or single platform which allow them to get connected with a different functional model. We see the smart factory is small here, but to do the digital transformation for the whole business, it refers to different model. So the point it is the platform. They need a platform which should be strong enough to allow them to develop. And of course, it allows for the possible integration of KPI for other service provider to be included. And third, that could allow them to scale up, that businesses could be proactive, and that should be transferred to customer to continue their operation. And I'm sure that the use of AI model in big data analysis in businesses, of course, is so important and necessary. Only by doing that can they look at the current status of their business operation and what business inside for a possible decision to develop their business. And third, when we talk about digital transformation, as I said, it is a long journey and it's a strategy of a business with influence on the future and development of the businesses that could maybe shape the business development, even big or small businesses. When they talk about digital transformation, they used to talk about a certain picture, the need for advice, that they know where they start from and what they need in the orientation of their business development. With this model, I think it's not a complicated one. It is, I think, the surveys of one consulting firm. They are doing consultation to a company, and then they pointed out some point like vision, purpose, and then they could have it well connected to the ecosystem to start from what model, because each model it had different function. The important point is they pointed out what model is really generating value, but it is under a limitation or some barrier. So the point is businesses they are considering for a full picture on digital transformation. So our advice is please choose competent consulting firm. Yeah, the big one or small one. You will need your diagnosis by the professionals, a consultant in that process. So upon selection, um, the story of finance, yeah, court is a first story. We talk good pictures, everything ready. Oh, we can question, oh, our finance is not enough. Or how can answer the question whether that is effective or not. For advantage, we have experiences in supporting from POC to pilot and to succeed we have. And we can show to the customer that firstly, we focus on the necessity that could generate the productivities and efficiency, cost effective. And second, after that, we can look at the possible connection among modules with each other. So you can see in the factory, very important it is machine or cost, efficiency, or worker productivity, etc. Yeah, we need to consider thoroughly for the possible priority to be taken. Then connecting with different functional model for analysis, and then heading for the transformation. So when we work with a customer for a different solution, we need to look at the foundation. The customer was wondering if the supplier or solution supplier talking about TOC maybe is worrying. It is just a concept, because even the solution provider may not be aware of that fully. So that is the consideration of the feasibility of that project. Ladies and gentlemen, we have tried, not in the TOC period, not piloting period, we could introduce different packages that could support the customer to run quickly. Then we have clear definition of the package, what it function, and what outcome of this, and what can be achieved. It is very clear. And then we can look for the story of step 2, and we can have it well connected in digital transformation. And we have a very simple question. We can offer customer a suitable solution in line with what are going on with the customer, so it is much clearer, and the investment would be further identified. And the important is all the solution ready for the scale up. I just touched upon about the foundation since 2015 with over 300 IT engineers. We call IoT core team. So it allowed connecting data and connection that could be helpful for diverse analysis and before analysis, we have some package of solution that could be considered a kind of application for different question there. Looking at this architecture, you can see it referred to the machine monitoring, age, or environmental management, or IoT. And then we can generate what we call HRP, that the package is ready for our customers to be applied in data analysis that allow us to connect with different platform to ERP for depot analysis or other kinds. In our architectures, you can see we have different packages related to data storage and analysis that could be used for the leaders to look at what's going on with the businesses and to see what they can decide that we can collect directly. Let me talk a little bit more about this. We have IoT core services. We have some specific solution, for example, for healthcare, for smart city, or Wi-Fi machine, or for the machine automation. They can manage from far distance, or wide-eye factory or wide-eye ML. At least those solutions, after having data from lower level, it must be visualized. That could be used for the data management and the device management and solution to be developed, which is ready for AI analysis. Those are some information I'd like to share with you from Advantage Company in providing consultation for the customers involved in manufacturing or even non-manufacturing sector. On the 31st March, our company will organize Advantage Solution Day. We will provide information in detail. For our panel, we will show you a solution at this process. We welcome those of interest on digital transformation for different sector. So please register with our QR code here and join with us. Thank you. Thank you very much. Impressive presentation by Mr. Han. Now, you have 5 minutes for Q&A with him. That good opportunity for you to have question. Any question, please? Yeah, please. Question for Mr. Ha? Yeah, okay. Okay, so I'd like to have question from Mr. Hai. I think the presentation, we got the first speaker. I think he must be from the World Economic Forum, who is very professional. And for Mr. Hai, you focus on technology with Taiwan. That could be the bright side. I'd like to ask a question, Mr. Hai. In your opinion, what about the risk assessment when they do business does digital transformation scantily as a new concept or economy upscale or the scaling at your rank 1, 2, 3? In that way, to weak model, power or exponential falling to revenue calculation. So if they reach that, that's okay. Or if 50-50 achievement, because you have 200 engineers and you develop a platform, but the value you calculated, I could not see clearly. sometimes you may fail. So with the 3 scenario like that for SME in Vietnam, how about the percentage for the first scenario, percentage for second and the third scenario, and then whether those who are successful could save those who fall into the problems, or what government can do. The government will support the effective company, and then effective company can help the non-effective company. So as a technician or even like the consultant, can you share your view with us? Thank you for your question, Mr. Nam. All right, thank you, Mr. Nam. Actually, you raise questions like consideration or wondering of businesses about percentage of success that they can achieve. From the 3 projects I just shared with you, actually, at the beginning, they did not look at the percentage of success. The first thing they thought is about the pain point they faced with. They could not see how much money they can gain or revenue they can increase. The first thing they look at it is the disease that they need to remove in their business health. And then at that time, they thought simple way. Firstly, they said in digital transformation, they need data to do transformation. So the point they need to measure, they need data. So without data, how can they make decision, right? So the first thing they raise question is try to collect data, and then they need the data to be visualized. For example, with a different level of financial capacity from the small scale and bigger scale, we have started to measure like the cost for maintenance maybe not high. They can move that cost for the annual course, and they use that way. And they learn that, oh, solution and information is helpful for the valuable achievement. After assessment, they can do the scale up. The scale up is just like expansion of the scale of production. They can scale up step by step, but not all at the same time. And then they will use the resources from annual finance and from annual expenditures, saving, etc. And then the story, like one company can increase productivity up to 36%. So in order to increase productivity up to 36%, whether it is valuable for the investment to do digital transformation, I think the leaders of that company, they are intelligent enough to make decision. So I'd like to share with you the way that businesses reacted. How about my answer to respond to your question? Thank you for your straight to the point answers. My question is also what the government can support businesses. Yeah, that also the second half of my question. And the resolution number 29 of the government talking about the digital technology is the fundamental one. In your opinion, as the digital industries, what the government can support could be for what industry, could be for mentor, could be for energy production. We have been, the mentor production, they are changing to different, sector. So what about the fundamental industry, digital technology? Yeah, could you share some information? Good. I pass that question to the government. Yeah, later we have MPIs may respond to the question. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Hai. Again. So we got a very interesting presentation from Mr. Hai from Advantech company. What you see, what you learn from the first 2 presentation and the case study from Advantech, we can have a clearer view about the application of digital technology, about digital transformation. And now we come back to next presentation by Mr. Wolfgang Wiegel, who will share with us a very important point regarding digital transformation and for digital transformation journey. Mr. Wolfgang Wiegel.
Yeah, good afternoon again.
Great. So now please start your last presentation, and you have 15 minutes to complete it. Please.
Thank you for the warning. Let me just go through some slides regarding a transformation journey option from a business management point of view, because businesses have to take business decisions which come from strategic considerations, visions, and operational outcome. Right. Look at this. We have business softification, change management, and we have upgrading of processes, people, and systems. This is our consideration. Now, I consider 3 stages. Others consider 5 stages. You find a lot of interesting and useful kind of recommendations on how the journey could go. Let me just put it this way, very simple. First step has to be an analysis stage. If you come from a non-digitalized world, you will have to consider customer competitiveness issues, your cost situation, your operational and strategic gaps, and your supply chain issues. You will have to consider and analyze first what are your external and internal pressures, what is the need to change, what is priority. On the second stage, we have, I call it prioritized innovations at this point, implementation of new technologies, and review and redoing of business models, and a review of the processes involved. This is the prioritized innovation change management as an issue as well. HR upgrading comes at this level because you now know what you need to have, what people you have to have on board to be able to manage the next step, to manage the digital content. Then we have the digital integration, which was very much the content of our colleague from Advantech, Vietnam, which leads to operational excellence and so on, and customer focus and all these kind of things we have been dealing with many times. And at this point, we will probably not start at number 3. We will have to start at 1. Some of you may be here already. Now, this is more of a journey starting from 0 to 100. A quick question to you. At which digitalization stage are you in your company currently, considering the 3 stages I just quickly mentioned to you? Digitalization analysis stage, prioritized innovation stage, or digital integration stage? Well, number 4, none of those. Are you in the process already? Very well. Right. Interesting to see that a large percentage is very much at the beginning, didn't even start yet. I think that could be a few good messages for you ahead. The analysis stage and the two other stages are basically not at the same level, but well developed. And I could assume that the almost 32% are at the larger company level, maybe. Thank you very much. Interesting picture. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let me continue. Can you see the picture?
Not yet, Mr. Vico.
Right.
Yes.
Now, how to approach the and succeed the phases for digital acceleration. At first, think about your growing internal and external pressures for new technologies and processes. Do a SWOT analysis, the simplest one, considering competitive pressures, high costs, and notable gaps. The cost structure on specifically the fixed cost problem would be an interesting review at this point. And then you recognize need for change. And then test or lighthouse certain projects which can create an innovative spirit. You know, you have to convince your people in the company as well, and for a preparation to a strategic refocus. So go step by step, go in small steps rather in implementing everything, trying to do everything at once. And at the end, form innovation or digital teams in your company and look for champions in the company who can accompany the process. And don't stop at a light single digital adjustment, but focus to disruptive digital transformation at the end. But go small steps only. You ask you 5 questions. If I were to build this business today, and given the knowledge of what I have from my industry, how would I design my business from on the green, from the scratch? This would already shorten this process of analysis a little bit, because you would probably take away all the burdens you have been building over the years in your digitalized history. And the second question would be, from the customer's perspective, where does the value come from? What needs to change on your customer journey observation? A third question would be, what structure and systems would deliver the maximum value within with the minimum waste? And this goes very much into the process design and later on in the engineering design. The fourth question, what are the barriers of adoption and the obstacles actually? How do my customers probably help me to overcome them? The fifth question would be, where is the friction in my business that the latest usage on people, process, technology, and tools can help eliminate? Now, these are the 5 kind of strategic questions you could go through and deal with together with your team. And find answers. It's the first kind of basis for decision taking. Well, and then we have 3 kind of levels here, and I only will read you the first one. You determine and you prioritize causes for complexity first. So there are all possible causes for complexity in your company. Including fast growth, you know, could be a complexity as well. And then we have a cause which is basically within your organization. And the causes actually create failure potential and patterns which you have to deal with. And based on that, you may come in with a simplification or kind of, thematic implementation of digitalization solutions, which help to fight your dominant complexities. Go through this in detail later on. Second level would be how to integrate main aspects of change, which is people, process, and systems. You would measure the progress and result in order to convince your team, your people. This is sometimes the most difficult one. You would create a positive change management focus and an innovative culture in the company. This is all coming after you have started the process. You will identify the needed skills for people, for new employees, or for building knowledge and experience of existing people. And you have to realign your business model. After all, you will have to accept support from the outside, because there is an increasing complexity from engineering and from technology upgrading projects. This is something I just wanted to put to you as well as a recommendation. It's about people, process, systems, and technology. Go to the SAP website. There is an interesting discussion about this concern: people, process, systems, the integration. And yeah, have a look, and you will see a lot of interesting information there. The third stage is related to digital integration and operational excellence, more customer focus. You continue the digital solutions. You reduce any unnecessary redundancy across the company. You review and realign and upgrade your business model. And you don't forget the greening issue, actually. We have been discussing that in the main section. One example of the CO2 footprint, for example. Textile industry has a few other issues to resolve on the water issue, water cleaning and recycling issue. Look for data-driven management and operational culture. This is also a huge effort of management in the company to get up to that level, that everyone is going in the same direction and starts dealing with more data-driven management than experience-driven management. And then consequently implement your new business model in terms of customer supply and costs. And then there's the whole change management mentality you have to consider, which is a big issue as well for changing your internal kind of ways on how things are being done and thought through. And then there's the way of working towards Industry 4.0 integration and the physical and cyber world, as we already talked about it, and the IT, OT issue and human-machine concerns and so on. This is an example of a business model. We call it business model canvas. You can get this in the internet, businessmodelgeneration.com and others as well, which provides a bit of a model kind of on how to develop a new business model kind of strategy. It's about value proposition, customer relationship, customers. This is the key, actually. And then you talk about the cost drivers and the revenue streams. This is quite a heavy work if you go right into details. And at the end, you get a kind of overview of your detailed work which has been taken place when redefining your business model. Again, change management, something of concern in almost all the companies, starting with digital transformation and even innovation management. You have your previous equilibrium. You are aware of the driving forces. It's you, it's the management. And you have to fight these restraining forces. And you have to be aware on how to do that, what kind of issues are of concern before you come to an optimal state. I am going to switch this and just want to make a quick statement on digital leaders. You need digital leaders in your company, integrators, those who are keeping an overview and trying to bring the process ahead in your organization. You have to set a vision for the digital future. You have to explain the plan for the coming years to your employees. You have to clarify team roles. Team focus is key at this point. You have to change your way of doing things, maybe instead of advising, instead of dictating advice, be a moderator of the system. Act as a council. Make the team strong. And then make the rules fluid. I mean, have flexibility in your company regarding personnel at which station. You know, digital employees are trained to be involved in different roles, and don't give them a static kind of role. Try to ensure that they are switching positions and switching tasks, and focus on the outcomes. Well, and I want to show you now, to keep my 15 minutes plus 30 seconds, a few impressions from a trade fair I've been visiting lately. That's the leading smart production solution trade fair in Nuremberg, just 20 kilometers from where I live, in Europe. It's the leading B2B technology trade fair, very interesting. You see 3D issues, for example. Siemens has a strong presence on intelligent industrial visualization and digital twins and these kind of things. They talk a lot about optimization issues. Then you have a lot of greening issues from different service providers, how to improve your greening concerns in the company when digitalization kind of moves in. Digital twin issue is complex, but very interesting to look at when at an engineering stage in your larger setups. And a very interesting view on the OPC UA architecture, which I mentioned before. You see all the members here. They are very strong presenting themselves. No. Also explain the technology behind the OPC UA field to cloud, cloud to cloud, and cloud to field strategies and technologies. And then there are hundreds of automation providers with, you know, all kind of products which relate to sensors, to motors, to cables, to IT solutions, to cable technology, all kind of things, you know, which make life interesting for the technicians. So if you have time and if you have the money to spend, visit the trade fair 2023 in November. Makes really sense. Gives you a lot of insights. So thank you very much. It was a short but a quick run through a journey from the business strategy point of view. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Vigo. Như vậy là chúng ta vừa.
Thank you very much. So we have just listened to one more presentation by Mr. Vigo for a journey to stack digital transformation. So we got some question from the floor through QR. I'd like to select one question to ask Mr. Vigo. Mr. Vigo, regarding the strategy for digital transformation, as you share, including 3 steps, the analysis, innovation, and integration of integration. In your opinion, for SME with a limited capacity, so what is the most difficult stage of SME to overcome? Thank you.
What a difficult question. I appreciate that, and there are possibly no easy answers. First of all, I would say it depends on the size of the company and the readiness status and the internationalization status. Internationalization stage of the company, which I believe could be a critical precondition because they are under pressure from their international trading partners and have already maybe kind of fixed a certain minimum state of digitalization, at least from the supply chain point of view and from the marketing point of view. But at the end, I believe small companies who have not been involved the digital integration will be the most complex because this is a final goal which requires a little bit of additional knowledge, requires a little bit of finance and so on, and HR capabilities. But the most urgent thing, I believe, is the analysis stage. That's not related to money very much, though. It's related to finding a suitable strategy, to finding a prioritization when doing the prioritized innovations. And that stage would be probably my most considered one. And I wouldn't consider it the most complicated one, even though an SME would need some outside help on that, because in order to have it done in a quick and focused way. That was my attempt to give a quick answer on this one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vigo. Như vậy là chúng ta đã.
Thank you very much. And through the analysis for SME with limited digital capacity, so integration is complicated, right? However, very necessary. It is the first step. It is the analysis. Thank you very much, Mr. Vigo, for your answers. So through 4 presentations of the 2 experts, we have different view on what digital transformation mean and what industrial revolution 4.0, what trend and what solution that we can do. And apart from that, we may have a different view of the managers. As you know, we understand that it is important in order to focus on digitalization process, to create facilitation in that process. For example, the digital transformation for businesses period 2021 to 2025 by MPI, or SME support program by MIC, Ministry of Information and Communication, or program on 1 million digital products, or startup program, etc. And now I'd like to invite Madam Nguyễn Thị Lệ Quyên from Digital Transformation Office of MPI to talk about the plan to support digital transformation. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. An. I just Mr. An as the digital transformation consultant, and now I know Mr. An is, I think, professional MC. Thank you, Mr. An. Mr. An, you touch upon our thing that ministry and locality are trying hard to support businesses. So now I'd like to introduce one of the program. It is an MPI program, which has been carried out since 2021 under decision number 12 on the 7th January 2021 by ministers of MPIs. And firstly, I'd like to introduce to you about the status in digital application for SME in Vietnam. On the 16th February, we launched the annual report on business digital transformation. In this report, we synthesized result of a survey for 1,000 businesses we carry out in 2022 that we could provide an insight or view about the digital application of Vietnamese businesses. The facts show that almost Vietnamese businesses, they are in the process of the digitalization of data, but it is just like moving from physical work to digital data. Unfortunately, 48% reflected there. Since they got the intention from the government, they apply some new technology like software in business and production. But now they said that they stop using that software. We asked question why. They explain some reason because in COVID pandemics, businesses were forced to apply it, and the reason is they want to come back to the old way, and they follow a trend, and they are using technologies on resources and finance to maintain our human resource that could explore, and the whole system they need to follow the new technology, or they're not ready for that. So that's why after some time using the system, they did not continue. So that is quite popular in our survey result. And a positive signal, we learned that in 2022, the businesses on track of business on digital transformation, they have some movement. And then in 2022, and that increased dramatically. And that process in digital.business.gov.vn for the readiness in terms of the strategic orientation and sales channels. Yeah, they are ready for that. And normally, Vietnamese businesses, according to the roadmap, they will apply technology in some skill that could influence on the revenue collection. And then they could apply technologies in back office letters. And fortunately, the readiness in strategic orientation and human resource is good after 2 years. Ministry, agency, businesses, they have better understanding on digital transformation. It is clear. However, the limitation is the cybersecurity and the governance skill still poor. That happened, and that also reflects the concern in risk management and cybersecurity question. When we did the survey on the business demand, to answer a question by a participant that Mr. An already asked, what kinds of support from the government for SME? And when we asked a question for 1,000 businesses, they said they expected to have support from all stages, from plannings, preparation, and skill improvement, moving from offline to online procedures. They also need to develop a well-prepared digital transformation roadmap. And they need not only to apply what solution, but also the need to be clear on digital transformation strategy and business model, of course. And they also need support for the roadmap with 22.2%, and for advising on platform 25%. So after roadmap, what solution for them is also, I think, good demand in Vietnam. There are different solutions on digital transformation. I think, diversify. So what is a suitable solution? We cannot say what is the best solution. We just say what is the most suitable solution, because it refers to control, issue, context, and situation. Though our numbers of businesses are expecting to have a consultation on solution. In that context, I'd like to introduce activity on the MPI programs on support digital transformation for businesses. There are 6 categories, 6 group of issues. Firstly, it is the tool development or knowledge improvement for the community and support. Though material are fundamental to support the business community to improve their knowledge about this. And recently, we are thankful to international organization for joining with us with MPI. In 2021 and 2022, we have mobilized resources from USAID. And in 2023, we are very happy to have GIJazz continue joining with us to run this program. And now we have developed the materials and digitalize data and put into the publics, and then businesses can evaluate themselves to know where they are in this situation. And now over 1,000 businesses, they join the self-assessment stage. And then we have developed the digital transformation document or material in some sector, like in industrial or agricultural production. Those are 2 key sectors of concern of Vietnamese businesses. And then we are running training online through e-learning from AED MPI. We also have the in-depth face-to-face training program with expert and participant interacting with each other. We are collaborating with military agency and association to provide training for businesses in locality. As planned, Mr. Tarek already shared in 2023 from the program, and GIJazz, we will organize some kind of training to come. And next, for the expert network is important, through which we could enhance the efficiency for businesses, because businesses cannot continue without the international or even domestic consultant. That we have about over 100 consultants on digital transformation. We set up the procedures and consulting methodology. Now, in the market, there are different procedures of consultation from different stakeholders, like from Mr. Hai. You have interesting too. And our program develop our procedures, and we provide training for the business community. Yeah, that is one of the consultation process that we can apply technology in that process when we do consultancy. Last year, we did 2 fundamental training for consultant and expert in the North. And this year, together with GIJazz, we continue to do TOT. And fortunately, Mr. Wiggle will go to Vietnam to join with us with GIJazz to organize 2 in-depth TOT training. And for the 4th one, it is in-depth consultation. Now we are running 2 in-depth consultation by consulting on the roadmap for digital transformation and implementation of that program. In 2021, we did piloting, and this is for the businesses in our pilot program to generate the good practices for possible replication or inspiration in the community. With limited resources, our objective by 2025 that we can support 100 businesses to be good practices. And in 2021, we did piloting for 11 and focus on manufacturing, processing, and agriculture. In 2022, we are now supporting 50 businesses to continue their roadmap on digital transformation. And the 5 businesses completed in 2021, we continue to support them to implement their digital transformation roadmap. In our annual report, we introduce that case study and how they are doing in that process. So please get information in the annual report. And for the solution support, those group activity, we will focus on promoting activity in the time to come, because the goal is application of digital application in business from awareness, but it should be introduced into action in the business. And now we are introducing 3 concepts or packages like Start Digital for the newly digitalized businesses, almost for SME and even micro businesses. And second package we call Grow Digital for the businesses who started the project, but they need technology. They need a suitable digital technology to speed up digitalization process. And third package, it is the Go Digital, Go Global. That is for businesses heading for export through the cross-border e-commerce network. We will support those businesses. And those are 3 packages that we will focus in the time to come. To prepare for this recently, we have a mission of expert having survey to look for even domestic or international experiences, like from Mr. High Advantage. Those are the case that we are looking for. Very good solution example for Vietnamese to get connected with a solution provider, which I think is a potential. And finally, that is communication. Communication is important to widespread activity of the program or knowledge sharing of the program of the expert and of very good stakeholders. So we need to strengthen communication. So we have developed the photo or fan page or a number of workshop meeting seminars to increase awareness and get involved the press, the medias to deliver the news on digital transformation. There are 3 group of activities of the program since 2021 to 2025. And in 2022, flowing to our analysis, we have some result. And on the screen, it information we have about 2 million tons of access to the program's gateway, and over 500 tons of downloading data we develop, and 150 businesses having like in-depth presentation that we send and dispatch our expert to them. And finally, it is a network of experts who are providing digital information services that we can increase the operation of the ecosystem. And we'd like to share some activities in 2023 that we will focus. And for SIG group, I share we will continue. However, we will focus more in the 3 activities. First, it is the solution support. We plan to report what we review businesses with effective solution on digital transformation. We call yellow page or library for good practices on digital transformation. And we will continue having business matching event who need a suitable solution. Second, it is in-depth training by sectors. If last year we carry out already, but it is just like in a very fundamental level. Now Depending on the readiness of businesses, we try to design a training program more detailed, more specific, in line with the need of businesses. For the business managers, for officer in charge of different department of the businesses, because it requires not only leader but also the managing officer. And next, we will together with GIZ to organize training for the expert. And the third one, it is the consultancy for the roadmap and implementation on digital information. We consider those who have been trained, we consider they are the nuclear trainer. Together, network of the trained expert, we continue to support businesses to develop the business roadmap and then support implementation for businesses. Though I think we plan to carry out in 2023, all activities or knowledge information of the program, please log in this website, and we have it published in our digital.business.gov.vn, that you can get a reference to the material or even the video clip. We will try to make it digitalized that we can widespread to business. And this is some contact information. If you have any inquiries or further information needed or any initiative for collaboration, please contact us with such channels of communication. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Queen. So we have just listened to Ms. Queen to share the activity to support businesses from MPIs. Any further question? I think you may have more questions to see whether you are eligible to be supported or not, right? We have 5 minutes for this Q&A finally, please. Any question if you need? So if you don't have any question directly here, I can show you a question, 2 questions from Ms. Queen. First question from MPI. So if businesses want to join your program, what about registration? Could we go through your agency or through the province? What sector or how can we register to join the program from MPI? Thank you, Mr. Han, for raising the question. It depends on what kinds. It depends on when it's raising or not. It is very fundamental for the mass. No limit. You can access to the when it raising activity. For example, when it raising trainings, we need to do that more often. So for more in-depth training, for example, expert on this, we need to have some packages, and we put into we have some criteria for selecting the participant, like for businesses with more than 50 workers, or priority should be given to some sector, etc. So those are packages that we will have some priority given to specific businesses. That information, when we put into public, we have clear information, and it is simple. You just fill in the form, and then you could send your request to us. We need to look at the potential businesses. Like last year, when we launched the package, within a month, we, of course, advise you to register online, or you could contact to different business association. They join with us to provide you with information for business community. or for the members of the association. We have learned that about 200 businesses in need of the criteria we introduced. And then we continue reviewing because we have limited resources. So we choose 50 businesses with high potential in sectors like in manufacturing, processing, agriculture. And that is second step. And then until you are selected at the shortlist, we will dispatch our expert to join with you. They will do a detailed survey in your business, not only about ICT system or Canvas model or whatever. Yeah, it depends. And because it refers to the situation analysis, and then the expert will work with the business to have a report, a preliminary report with some possible potential, and then in that stage, the program continue to choose 25 businesses with strong determination. We continue to send our expert, go deeper with them for what plan ahead they will carry out, and then the business may know, oh, that could be something preliminary and what detail they will, what budgets needed, etc. And then when the expert advise them, they will show their determination, and then we continue to work with them to work out a more detailed plan. So that is the roadmap for getting you to engage with us. Thank you. Yes, you or question. We have one more question. However, Ms. Queen already answered the question. So I would like to hand over the floor to a question here. Thank you for giving me a floor. I think, Queen, you share a very clear view that I learned one thing, that is the selection to grant the best, but not for those who have a poor situation, right? So that means those who are excellent or 25 excellent businesses can be supported. Yeah, that is the way of Vietnam you are doing. That you go top down, but not bottom up. That is my observation. It is my personal point. I think the issue of digital transformation for Vietnam, it is to to answer the question of technology for businesses, but not only from impact, as Mr. Hai said. We need to show what implication, what insight they need to learn, and then we need to show them what component they can, and then it could generate like inner strength for businesses. I think the government choose the best one, but not the poor situation. Therefore, I think we need to include like codified technological aspect for businesses. So that is my personal view. I think, yeah, it's my comment. Thank you. Thank you for your very straight to the point comment. Yeah, we acknowledge your opinion. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have been through the whole agenda of the workshop. We started from the concept, from definition, and industrial revolution 4.0, what we apply through case study, and we can see the support of the government in the process of application with businesses, especially the SME in Vietnam. As you know, through the four presentation, we got valuable information for activities, and especially for the idea in application on digital transformation, and of course, how to we consider listening to presentation by Mr. Wilgo, and the final step is a kind of the journey that your business will go. We start from difficulties, from then with your aspiration, with your way, you choose a technology, and then you figure out it, and then you have answers. To close our workshop, I'd like to invite Mr. Tarek Hassan, Director of Vietnam Digital Transformation Center Vietnam, to have closing remark. Vâng, rất tiếc là tôi chỉ nói tiếng Việt.
The Demystifying Industry 4.0 workshop here today. Thank you also for your patience and going a bit over time. It was an enlightening experience for all of us, and I hope that everyone has gained valuable insights into the latest advances in digital transformation and the Industry 4.0 landscape, and how it could potentially benefit your business. We would also like to thank our dedicated speakers for sharing their experiences and expertise, Mr. Wiegel online and Mr. Hai here in the room. Furthermore, we would like to extend our gratitude to our dear partner AED for their unwavering support and dedication in organizing this workshop. We are very grateful for your commitment and your contribution to the success of this event. It is our hope that the knowledge and skills gained through this workshop will help participants and their businesses to stay ahead of the technological curve and make the best use of the opportunities presented by the fourth industrial revolution. This webinar is just the beginning of a series of SME support initiatives implemented by the Digital Transformation Center Vietnam and the AED. I sincerely hope that the businesses that are gathered here today will join us in the upcoming stimulating events in the near future. Before ending my closing remarks, I would like to convey a special thanks to the interpreter and to our event organizers for running a smooth event. Also, thank you to my team, to Dong and Bing, who are responsible for the Industry 4.0 activities, and for the whole DTC Vietnam team for coming out to support us here today. Thank you all once again for taking part in this workshop, and we wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you, Mr. Tarek Hassan. Kính thưa quý vị đại biểu.
Ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests. So we have been through the agendas of the event. So with participation of the expert and of the specialist. I hope that is very important finding we have from this workshop, especially we welcome any business to start the journeys of digital transformation that could facilitate your production and business development. We'd like to wish a sincere thank to all participants for joining with us at this time in the whole agendas, and we appreciate very much your contributions or input contributing to the success of the workshop. Once again, I'd like to wish a sincere thank to all participants and businesses. I do hope to see you back in the upcoming event. I wish you all good health, happiness, and success. And after this workshop today, we will send email to all participants who register with us, and the material we sent you, and the survey we have, the poll we have, that you can have more information. Thank you again, all participants, distinguished guests, and I wish all of you further success in your journeys of digital transformation. Thank you and see you again.
Một cái thùng đen nữa, còn một cái thùng đen. Cái thùng đen cũng còn. Này cuộn cái dây mạng quanh người mình để đéo nào mình. Tắt vội thế. Đâu. Vội về để nói. Xong rồi vợ. Hai con này xong, con này con này hai con lông bộ này vào này luôn để lên thay thịt lắc. Tìm. Không xong cả dây cắm nữa. Thì được. Con này vào. Đưa cho em. Trả lại cái dây đen này của anh nhỉ? Dây đen. Dây bali đen đâu? Của anh này.